Hi-ho. Doing more game dev tonight. I need to be productive. I feel like I have not been this week. It's been a week of confusion and trying to figure out weird things. I need something to be working. Not you, Alf. You're staying there. You've been bad. See what this music is that we got here. Got some remixes of, what is this? Various Nintendo things. Yeah, so we got Zelda and a bunch of different Mario thingies, Mario Kart, Mario Wii stuff. Oh yeah, Wii Shop channel. Yes, that's some good music there. Seems a little louder than my other channel. Let me turn that just a tiny bit. There we go. All right. So last time we did land block stuff and terrain. Got most of figured out. I mean, it's a starting point, right? We got our hook for basically Ken is being affected by lemon yet. So now we go into, we can do anything in any order, but we'll do mob entity. So I don't really have much there yet. So if I go to, I had item generation because that's complicated. There's a lot going on there. But let me pull this up because I don't know what all I did on reachers. And didn't do much, apparently. Let's see. Yeah, not much. They're going to be more than that. That's for sure. This was obviously just the proof of concept. So, squirrel. So, got some bits in here, but obviously there will be more. So let's edit and start filling this thing out. Mob entity. Name is correct. It's interesting using JSON-B blocks for different things because we did a little bit of that here, right? We defined some of the stuff that was going to be inside of those. I mean, this could be a JSON-B block as well. Yeah, we marked some of these as that. That one was. That's just two things. I'm kind of thinking this is probably a JSON-B block as well. We'll basically have this terrain type entity in memory most of the time. So I think that's fine. We'll parse it. Let me just add that here. JSON-B. Before we go too far with these, I want to understand what they are because I have not used Postgres before. And I don't know what a JSON-B block performs like and how well it sits in the database. I know Microsoft SQL Server doesn't like giant strings. These are going to be some big strings, but if it has a specific data type, maybe that's a thing. So let's go. What am I looking for? Claude, not there. Let us scour the interwebs for JSON-B stuff. Let's go to chat. Probably should do it in here because it'll have context of the situation. So, what skills do I have installed now? Not many. Thought I had more. Thought I had whatever. All right, so let's just get some high-level information about it first. And when I do that, when I ask for information like this from AI, I ask for source links because I want to go see the source from the horse's mouth, not AI's interpretation all the time. So, looking at the Postgres database schema, there are mentions, my goodness, about using JSON-B data types for some of the more descriptive properties of things rather than a lot of the relational tables with foreign keys and whatnot, as I'm used to in Microsoft SQL. Can you explain the performance of JSON-B data types and how we should and should not use it? Please provide any sources from the official Postgres, my goodness, Postgres documentation that you find. All right. Oh, hey, it defaults to low. Okay, so this is new. So Sonnet, does Opus have the same thing now? Effort, yeah, they've changed it on all of them. So they've added this new thing. This is for them to save money. Clearly, Sonnet starts low. But they have defaulted Sonnet to low effort now. And I had a coworker today message me about it's basically throwing spaghetti against the wall and seeing what sticks. Not trying very hard. So we're going to start with at least medium, and we will up that if needed. The catch with all of this is that the higher you go, the more tokens it uses, means the faster I hit my limits. It also means for Anthropic, the higher I go, the more power they use and the more compute power they're using. So it's cheaper for them for us to use low over a longer period of time than medium or high or max over a shorter period of time. And then thinking can think more for more complex tasks. This is just a research task. I don't want low. I want some effort put into this, but I don't need to think too hard about it. We can go look at sources and see what it says. So I've never see it already figured out what I wanted. I saw the link right here. This thing. Holy tiny. So, JSON data types. Text, but the JSON data types have the advantage of enforcing that each stored value is valid. It's interesting. Okay. There are also sort of JSON-specific functions and operators available for data stored in these data types. Two types of JSON and JSON-B. To implement efficient query mechanisms for these data types, Postgres also provides the JSON path data type described in that. The JSON and JSON-B data types accept almost identical sets of values input. The difference is efficiency. All right. JSON stores an exact copy of the input text, which processing function must reparse on each execution. While JSON B data is stored in a decomposed binary format that makes it slightly slower to input due to added conversion overhead, but significantly faster to process. That's B, aka binary. Since no parsing is needed. Also supports indexing. That's pretty darn cool. I don't think I'm not aware of SQL Server having that. And I don't care about the right of this in most cases. It's something to keep in mind. I'm curious how significant, or it says slightly slower, which I'm okay with slightly, and is significantly faster. It's probably worth it. And we're talking milliseconds, if not microseconds here, I'm sure. So JSONB doesn't preserve semantically insignificant details such as white space. Good. That saves space. So that's already an advantage from JSON to JSONB is that it will reduce database size because you get rid of white space. That's not important. So like example being between this colon and quotation mark and the comma and the quotation mark, those aren't necessary. It'll strip all that out. I'm just trying to look. It says, for example, note the differences here. Okay, so we selected this as JSON and it spit out exactly that. We selected this as JSONB, the exact same value. It reorganized things for some reason. I don't know why. But it basically formatted it all consistently on output. The numbers will be printed according to the behavior of the underlying numeric type. And practice means that numbers entered with E notation will be printed without it, for example. Okay. The fact that anybody inputs numbers this way. I'm going to give you a decimal, guys. I'm not giving you exponential notation. Okay. Interesting. I'm curious what performance testing is. The fact that they can be indexed that's pretty darn cool. I just don't know anything about Postgres. I really don't. I mean, I understand databases and the general ideas, but I've never used Postgres personally. So this is going to be all new to me. Okay. Let's see what Claude says about it. First, the correct type. The JSON type stores an exact copy of the input text and must reparse on every execution. JSON stores a decomposed binary format, slightly slower on write due to conversion overhead, but significantly faster to process since no reparsing is needed. Okay. And for things that get written once and then get stuck there forever or are infrequently changed due to config changes, that makes sense. If you're writing, it'll be curious how much slower it is, because if we use these on loot, for example, loot's going to be constantly getting generated. If we use these on terrain, I'm defining the terrain once and it's done. Or a character gets set up once and it's done. It might have some tweaks here and there, but it's not like this constant rewrite of the data. but loot and mob definitions, no. Mob in existence probably would be different, but loot is the big one I can think of. If you're generating a ton of that, how much overhead is that extra bit for writing? Generally, most applications should prefer JSONB unless there are specialized needs like preserving object key ordering. No. Yeah, he is. He's probably a little French in him. I don't trust him, so don't trust him. I call him too. It's a male name clause. I can't think of a female using it as their name. Maybe there's some somewhere, but I think it's predominantly male. I call it a him. Sometimes I say it, but usually him. Yeah, I know. Some people don't want to use it, and that's fine. It's fine. I use it very. I was talking to a coworker today. We're both in the same boat. We have not adopted the whole co-work thing with it. I just don't trust it enough for that. I will use it for things like I will do some initial research with it, but like I said in here, I want the official sources so I can go look. And the first thing before I even read this is I went to the Postgres site and read about it, just because I'll take it from them and then I'll get their interpretation here, and then I'll put them all together. Use my brain a little bit. I don't trust it to not use my brain. So, but yeah, I don't trust AI at all. It is we were troubleshooting something yesterday, or I was troubleshooting it, and I was feeding it config files and code that was written for the thing we were trying to troubleshoot, and it decided to go off into some random solution in a completely different project and look at a config file in there and go, "Hey, you set your bcrypt rounds to 11 here, so you should probably reduce that. That's what your CPU usage is from." And I'm like, "What? That's not in this config. Why did you go look over there and then tell me that's part of it?" That kind of shit happens all the damn time. So you got to be super careful with it. So now if you don't trust your brain, then there's some point you got to trust something. I don't trust Google either, but that was what I had before AI. So I use the same rules for AI as used for Google. I basically use this like a Google. I read it and then I go verify it and I try to understand it myself. I did the same thing with Google. So nothing has really changed. It's just this gets me answers faster. That's the only difference. Google still gives me some bullshit sponsored stuff first, and then I get to the real answers. So, and I did see your message this morning for the game. I'll have to check that out. I think it was till the 4th, so I got time to get Epic up and get it. But looked like a little more turn-based roguelike type thing. So, but yeah, and I didn't hear for anybody to do anything tonight, so I just said, "All right, we're gonna write some code, whatever, write some schema stuff." Um, if anybody comes on late, I can change, but at this point, it's probably too late. All right, so the toast problem. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Is that a link to it? Oh, it is on Postgres site too. The oversized attribute storage technique, toast. Okay. Use a fixed page size, 8K. Newly hacked 360. Yeah. What was I reading today about Xbox? Part of it was about it doesn't doesn't sound like there's any chance of it them canceling what they call Helix. I think is what the next one is, codenamed. Um, but they have apparently already made quite a few decisions about the future of Xbox as an ecosystem. They haven't said much publicly, but they do have. I think the Xbox showcase is it June 7th? Did I remember reading that right? When is the Xbox showcase 2026? Yeah, June 7th. Is that when Summer Game Fest is too? When is that? Was that 10 a.m. Eastern? Pacific. All right. 1 my time. On Saturday. That's not, is that next weekend? That's next weekend, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. When is Summer Game Fest 2026? Is that weekend too? It is. All right. So it's next week. I didn't realize it was that soon. Are we even technically summer yet? Yeah, that your last comment is the part that worries me. I don't want a bunch of AI slop. I was reading another article today about that malware is now becoming AI slop. I forget the site that I was reading on, but they've coined it malware slop. They apparently found a malware that, because it was made with AI by somebody that had no damn clue what they were doing with code, it had hard coded their GitHub API private keys into the code of the malware. So it's like, what is this? I don't want it to go that route at all. But that's what worries me about it, that she is ahead. I don't know how much of that's going to leak into it. That worries me. Um, PlayStation State of Play is the second. All right, I got to look at the calendar again. So the second is Tuesday. That's PlayStation. Not that I have one, nor do I really care that much, but I just like to see how little they come out with, uh, and how little they want to play with other people. Main Summer Game Fest is the 5th. Okay, so Friday evening. So we might not stream Friday evening then, so I can watch that. But I think you have to be officially signed up to co-stream that thing. So, Day of the Devs, bunch of stuff on the 6th, and then Xbox is on Sunday the 7th. Okay. Yeah, so we'll apparently we're gonna have announcements then. So we'll see on the 7th what major shakeup is happening. Um, it's before my Xbox subscription expires, so they're gonna have to sell me well for me to reactivate that thing. She's removing AI from Xbox. Wow, that's kind of maybe I have, if that's true, then maybe I interpret her being from AI the wrong way, because the way I saw it was that she was going to put AI everywhere so they could produce more crap. Um, but maybe she's coming from AI and thinking, we can't do this to this brand. We have to have real stuff. You can use AI to help, maybe, like what I'm doing with this game, like have it find information for you or write the boring parts of code, but you still have to review it and understand all of it, all that crap. But not just be AI slop. So maybe that's what she's doing. That would be a good. How long that lasts, who knows, right? Um, I don't know if this is really timeline based, but I was reading that they're expecting memory to kind of stabilize by 2028. So that kind of tells me by 2028, the major players in AI will have built out their data centers and everything, and we'll see where everything stands at that point. But that's 2 years away. So a whole lot of crap can happen in AI then, in that time. Good. I hate Copilot. Well, I take that back. I hate Copilot forcing itself on me. Copilot is good in certain places. It's very good at doing meeting notes. um, but I don't use it much. I don't even have. It's an extra package on top of our Microsoft subscriptions at work, and I don't even have it because I don't want it. I don't need it. I use Claude more than anything. I'm close to saying I don't even need a Chat GPT subscription for work anymore to save us money because I barely use it anymore. So, but yeah, I just hate that Copilot forces you on. Like, I need to figure out how to turn it off, but I've been getting Copilot notifications on my phone all of a sudden for no reason. Like, I didn't do anything. I didn't install anything new. I didn't use it. It's just showing me Copilot stuff now because I have a 365 subscription. I was like, why? Stop. So, howdy's as. So toast. I could probably read the Claude one, but I want to read it from the horse's mouth first. So to overcome this limitation, large field values are compressed and are broken up into multiple physical rows. This happens transparently to the user with only small impact on most of the backend code. The technique is affectionately known as toast, the best thing since sliced bread. The toast infrastructure is also used to improve handling of large data values in memory. Okay. So that's interesting because I know SQL Server, and maybe it'll tell us this, and I'm pretty sure in SQL Server it doesn't do that. Well, in SQL Server, if you do a blob um, or a varchar max or an nvarchar max, you can it puts it in the data somewhere, and then it references it in the record. So it's a reference point. This sounds like it's just rows that it adds for the span. That's interesting. Let's see what the Claude interpretation of that is. Any row exceeding 2K. Why? Why 2K? If they're using 8K pages, why 2K? Did that say that over here? Because they said they're using 8K pages. Toast mass chunk size. By default, the value is chosen so that 4 chunk rows will fit on a page. Okay, so they're doing 2,000. Okay, it's I guess it's 2K. Okay. So let's see here. Transparently compressed and stored out of line in a secondary table. Okay, so that's similar to what SQL Server does. A little bit different. But it does it in smaller rows rather than one big blob. Sounds. When you filter on a regular column, the full JSONB document isn't read at all. The column is already available in the table. Hold on, let me read that again. When you filter on a regular column, the full JSONB document isn't read at all. The column is already available in the table. That doesn't make any sense. But when you need to reach into the JSONB object every time you read a common column value, you pay the toast tax. I don't want to pay the toast tax. We already paid the T tax to Britain. Why do I got to pay the toast tax now? When you need to reach into the JSONB object every time you read a common column value, you Brace filter on a small name column extracted as a real column run roughly 5 milliseconds. The same data buried in large JSONB, ULOB, is dramatically slower. Okay, so Snowflake, they're a big data lake company. What do they say? It's so tiny. So toast ID, and it breaks it up. But are they fast? That's what I'm talking about. It's just a helicopter going over, boy. You're okay. You're going to survive. Promise. Okay, 10,000 row table with 4 columns, key name and price, and the original JSON document. Blah, 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 blah. Where to find all the JSON documents that have an item name starting with A runs in less than 10 milliseconds on this 10,000 record table. So what was in their JSON? Okay, so it's actually that. Got it. So far, so good. Large JSON beacons end up toasted. Interesting. Now replace the first table, but with large 40K documents. This time the toast table is very large because all the JSON documents have been stored in toast. The number of the rows in the table is the same, just 10,000. What kind of performance do we get searching? We see that it takes a brutal 500 milliseconds to scan these 10,000 rows. That's 40 times slower. Why? Toast tax. Has to be somebody from Britain making us put tax on toast. How dare they? Need to retrieve it. Is in the toast, multi-step. Yeah. So this is basically like a varchar max or doing a like on a, well, that's a varchar. Yeah, the same idea. I mean, there is a JSON. You can have a varchar max data type and put JSON in it, and there is a JSON function in Microsoft SQL, but it does this exact thing. It has to pull it out and parse it every single time you query, if you query on that column. Best practices to avoid. In order to avoid paying the toast back, avoid accessing the whole object unless you really need to. Put comma fields into table columns, of course. Expression index for frequently queried values in the document. Alternative way is, okay, so they have, if you index any expression on the plan to use the index when the expression occurs in the SQL where clause. In our case, we want an index expression that reaches into JSON and pulls out the item name. Querying on the expression list takes 80 milliseconds, which is faster than 500, but slower than direct. There's not a free lunch. Okay. Using the gin index method. Gin index method is an inverted index, good for indexing objects with variable number of values. That's the use case for gin is okay. Okay, well, it's all about the size of the JSON, clearly. And then it makes sense. If you're not going to query on it, it's not a big deal because you'll query on the other columns of the table and then you'll pull the value out, right? So that's fine. It's when you want to query on it when it matters. So that's what's going to decide what of these actually go in there. I think all of these are probably okay because we'd pull this whole value out and use it while we're doing train type stuff. And because this is all just definitions. This isn't so much, well, this is just definitions. So these are fine. We're going to be pulling the whole data out all the time. I don't know that we would ever be querying on the weather of a subland block. We would be showing it, but not querying on it. And was it the other ones that we marked that were JSON-B? Or was that it? Oh, this guy. Well, we wouldn't. I don't think we'd query this because what we would end up doing is this event GUID would tie to an event type, which would probably, for the sake of efficiency, list what subland blocks they're in. So I think that's fine. Okay. Figured there had to be some catch to that performance. Databases aren't designed to query JSON quickly. Locking behavior. JSON data is subject to the same concurrency control. And JSON documents of manageable size. The JSON should each represent atomic data that business rules dictate cannot reasonably be further subdivided into smaller datums. Be modified independently. Oh, I see what it's saying. Okay, so if you've got a chance that you're going to update two different bits of information in the JSON from separate processes at the same time, you don't want to put that in JSON. That makes sense. Okay, so there's indexing things we could do too, but we'll just probably not query out of them. Or very limited queries. Which is basically what this is saying. Any field you filter on frequently and where clauses, don't do it. Yep. Okay. Good to know. So, back to our mob. This is the mob type entity, not an actual mob. So this is defining the mob, which means we want to be able to query whatever we need to query on to determine if the mob needs to exist in a specific situation. Probably shouldn't be in a JSON BU lock. If this is what stat block is meaning here, then I think that's fine. Because there's probably just a bunch of definitions for min-max health ranges and attack ranges and defenses and damage. All that stuff would be in there. And that really wouldn't change unless there's a reason to like query the damage type. Like all of a sudden, we're in a place where the damage types all have to be fire or plasma or whatever the heck it is. We'd want to be able to find those easily. That could also be represented instead of a list of damage types as a bit mask, which I very much dislike because it's impossible to read if you're looking at it, but it is very efficient. I think some of the base stats could be in. I don't think damage types belong in there, though. I think we want to know about those and query those easily. You coming up? Or you just bring me your ball? And then you don't want to give it to me. You're so rude. You're such a rude dog. What? Come here. Give me this butt. Give me this butt. Give me your ball. Oh, you dropped it. Thank you. Thanks. Hi. What do you think, Alf? What's the most important thing on a creature stat wise? Hmm? How their butt smells? That's probably what you would say. Mr. Boy. So let's see. Spawn weight per terrain type. Would we query on that ever? Probably not, because we would. Well, maybe. Because if there's no chance of spawning there, then. Yeah, of course. I asked Alf what the most important property of a mob in a game is, and it was clearly how their butt smelled. Right? If it's pleasing to Alf, that's important. That's a flag. Butt smell pleasing to Alf. True or false? I'm going to throw your ball. You know I'm about to throw it because you're about to pounce. I can feel him so tense. He's waiting for my hand to draw back, and he's going to be gone. And gone. Just trying to think. Who is Henry? Henry? Oh, Henry. Oh, that. That's like, what is Henry's shoe? Somebody mentioned what that was in another stream. I don't know. I don't want to. What is Henry's shoe? Apparently a footwear brand in Britain. How do you not know that? You know all about Crocs, but you know nothing about your British footwear. Hmm? Hmm? It's that. That shoe. Disappointed. I'm disappointed in you. See, clowns wear it apparently. Oh, that's something different. That's something totally different. Yeah, but you know about shoes. I'm sure you buy Griffey shoes. You might want these one day. Be all fancy like with suede. Or that's not meant. That's yeah. I mean, he's got Crocs, so I mean that's all he really needs. The only shoe he needs. So bright green glow in the dark trainers. Yeah. I just don't wear shoes. It's easier that way. If my neighbors didn't exist, I would probably wouldn't even wear a shirt. All right, so mob entity. Alf, don't hit the camera with your foot. What if it's not pointing at your chair anymore when you get in it? You'd make me get up. Oh, I forgot to add my transition I wanted to add. you I I see what you did there. No, it's not worth it. I don't have a six pack or anything, don't worry. I'm just a pasty white guy with some hair. Not a gorilla, but it's just a normal thing. I was knocking on your door in the dream. Something terrible must have happened because there's no other reason to do it other than, or I was coming to collect for damages to my house, and because you wouldn't come and pay for ripping all my doors off. Let's see. She shouldn't be as excited anymore. She has somebody now. Not that anything was going to happen, but maybe this was pre all of that. All right, so stat block to an extent. I think we need to define what's in the stat block. It keeps looking at the next one for terrain type weights, and I'm not sure. I'm bouncing around in my head if I want that to be queryable or not, or if I'm just going to pull it every time. But I feel like if I can't query it, there'd be something I'm missing. But I think from it, oh, god dang it. All right, we're going to do this because I keep hitting tab and it keeps screwing me over. Let's go into here. Now, if I do that and I hit tab, it does 2 spaces. Perfect. And those is the markdown file. Cool. So stat block, I think health ranges. It doesn't auto add these though. That's so sad. I gain one. I gain be able to hit tab. I lose be able to get those auto create. That's kind of lame. I like it auto creating my checkboxes for me. I'll just deal with screwing up with tab occasionally. Attack ranges, because that's so nice. Defense ranges. I think those are fine. I was about to say size, but I think size would matter on situation. Probably have to query on that. So yeah, so I don't think I want to put that in a JSON B. I disagree with that. Unless we do that, but hi, Alf, you're back with your ball. Hi, what's up? Do I have your ball? He's very rapidly looking at me and then back at the ball, and me and back at the ball, and me and back at the ball. He's waiting for my hand to twitch because he knows it'll get thrown. Yeah. I'm going to switch hands. I'm not throwing it. I'm switching hands so that I can throw it. See, it's still sitting there. You ready? Gone. Let's see. What do I call this? Because this wouldn't be a JSON B. This would probably be a... I don't know how I would store that. I was thinking just like, is it true, false? Is it possible to spawn that terrain type? But I'd have to store a terrain type ID and then true, false. I mean, it could just be a relation table. which is probably fine. Because I do want, ow, Alf, I do want to be able to query that quickly. So, train type, true, false, able to spawn. Relation table. The spawn weight for train type, I think, is fine because there's if we determine it could be, we take it. Or do we just put that in the separate table? So I don't have to do another lookup. Got to figure some of this stuff out. Coding is just going to be a nightmare. You came back, Al. Hi. You're looking at me upside down. What are you doing? What are you doing, monkey? I think aggressive flag is a fair one. Loot table tags. I do need to figure out how loot ties back to, well, so there's two types of loot from a mob. One, something it's carrying or has on its person. Person, generic term for the thing has it on it, not that it's a person. And then the loot that could spawn there, like in the hole. When it dies, it uncovers something buried in the ground, right? Or it knocks some cover off of a rock out of the way or something, right? That's how we're doing the whole. You can get other loot than other than realistic loot on the mob, but I'm trying to think how to organize that data. Because it feels like we haven't defined loot yet, so that's one challenge. Is I haven't defined that, and that ties back to this. But the other way around, I'd have to think about it one way or the other. If I went and did loot right now, I'd have to think about, okay, what properties do I need to know if it spawns on a mob or not? So do I define? I mean, this idea of loot table tags isn't a horrible one. So if the loot table is tagged as mob loot versus non-mob loot, I filter down by that. And then I have to filter down by what's reasonable to be on this thing too. Could I ask AI to do all this for me and come up with the good stuff? Sure. Do I want to? No. I want to give it my best effort and then give it to it to tell me where I'm wrong. And I'm okay with it telling me I'm wrong, but I want to come up with this myself. Kind of the heart of the game. How do we do this, boy? You have an answer? You lifted your head up and looked at me. You got an answer for me? How do we do it? Oh, I know why you lifted your head up and looked at me. It has nothing to do with what I asked. I know exactly why you looked at me. Is there rain? I thought there was rain coming tonight, Alf. Let's look. By the way, while I'm looking up that, just in case anybody hasn't seen it, because I'm a space nerd and I've seen it. Um, there was a pretty darn big pop last night in Florida. Blue Origin's New Glenn was doing a static fire, and it decided to not finish its static fire. Yeah, at no good. That was pretty big. Like, slow it down a little bit. You can see the detonation, because it was not just a big fireball because everything combusted. It Something detonated. Don't know. Nobody knows what's actually happened yet, but um, the water deluge started, and then flames shouldn't look like that. When you have a normal static fire, you see maybe a little bit of a glow from underneath the rocket where the engines are firing out the flame trench, which in this picture is going away from us. And you don't see fire above it. But fire started, and then it slowly propagated up either the rocket or the transporter rector here. I'm not sure which. And then this was the detonation shockwave. What you saw, that, like this big circular thing, that's a detonation happening. And you heard it too. Like if no, it sounds like I can come out of this because it's muted, but it was just a pop. It wasn't a rumble. It was gone. Um, and then it made a big old mushroom cloud, as if a nuke went off. It not a nuke, and it wasn't big enough, as big as a nuke, clearly, but it was pretty big. We're guessing these little bits are probably COPVs flying out. I don't know. We're not sure. But the aftermath of that, yeah, it's not good. Let's see which is the best one here. This one's pretty good. Nah, that was too far away. This guy. Yeah. So there was a lightning tower here. It's down on the ground now. This is one leg of the transporter rector, and the other leg is over here. They're supposed to be sitting right up here. So it literally ripped the transporter rector in half. Yeah, I'm sure it'll buff out. Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. And the growing consensus right now on this tower, is that this piece of the transporter rector actually shot up, hit it, and bounced and came down. Because if you look at the fence on this side of the pad, it ain't like flattened. It's not like this one where it's just completely sheared off. So this thing flew up, hit the tower, and fell down. And this tower is not an insignificantly designed tower. We're talking like feet of steel girders on these things, and it just sliced it like butter. The transporter rector base is here. It was over here where the head of it was. So it actually shot the base out from underneath. It's like if somebody clipped your legs out from underneath you, made you fall forward. That's basically what happened. So there was some massive explosion at the base of either the rocket, either the engines popped or the transporter rector popped or something. But it was not a good time. And this is their only launch pad for New Glenn. This tower somehow stayed intact, but yeah, not a good day last night for them. There's a little bit of a question if they're in go fever, because their last launch, there was some weird comms on the countdown from Mission Control of them kind of questioning, are they actually able to ready to launch? They're not. They were having a problem that they weren't sure what the cause of it was, and yet they still launched. And then they had an anomaly and had a mishap investigation in from their second stage. So, and then this one, there was a they were about to static fire because I think the deluge went off and then it stopped and it scrubbed a couple hours earlier, and then they did it again. So something weird happened, but big old explosion. Big old explosion. So, yeah. Anyway, I was supposed to look at the weather to see if it was about. Wait, it says thunderstorms likely to continue. That means it's raining right now. Is it raining right now? Come on, load the radar, you piece of crap. It's right on the edge. All right, hang on. I'll be right back. It is getting dark now that I'm looking outside. Let me take him out and so he can pee before it starts pouring. Hold, please. All right. Felt one drop of rain on my head, and then we came back in, so we're good. All right. Let's get a fig bar in our belly to help us have sustenance to think more. Hop, hop. You better now? You got your greenie? Yeah, you good? Okay. Yeah. Well, hi. You just want to eat my food. That's all you want now. This is what I deal with every day. Yeah, this is my food, Alf, not yours. He doesn't care about me. He cares about what's in my hand. You're funny boy. Don't wink at me. Okay. So Loot. Hmm. I don't know, boy. This is not something I've thought about yet. This is one of the few things of the complicated bits I haven't really thought about. Is how do I define this stuff so it's not hard coded? Hmm. Maybe. Maybe it's just all tags. Maybe it's there's like a there's multiple tags. Maybe could be first tag just filters it down to it's something that a mob could have on it, and then there's different categories of that. Or maybe it's just a tag that is mob dash critter, mob dash humanoid, mob dash uh, small, medium, and large, something like that. Or, and that gets you close. And then maybe there's flags for, or maybe a list of materials it could drop. So, like if it could drop, like you could obtain its skin from it if you have the skill, right? Maybe there's stuff like that. So that's like a material flags. So maybe we do something like, okay, we're getting there. We're progressing. Brain. I was up till 1 a.m. Wednesday night and then had 10-hour day yesterday, and I did 40 hours this week for a 4-day week. That's not right. Um, and that's time that I actually put on the clock. That's not even all of the time. So aggressive flag, that would be in there. But then, yeah, so loot table tag, and it would be a single tag that is used to say this is the pool of loot that could drop from this particular mob. Um, and now that I'm saying that, I'm wondering if I need to put loot table tags for terrain types. And do I, though? Or does that really matter? Something we can keep in our back pocket. Maybe we need it later. I don't know that it really matters for that kind of thing. Because if we're talking, it just digs up some cache or reveals a cache of loot. Anything could be in that, right? It doesn't have to be, well, you're in a forest, so it's got to be axes and things that people in forests use. Nah, I don't think so. Maybe whatever. But for a mob, I think if we have a single tag that narrows it down, so I want to put some IEs in here so I know what these are. I remember what we decided. Um, mob critter, mob humanoid, mob small, mob medium, mob large, mob boss, bows, boss, mob rare, something like that. And that gets you your loot table. on top of I'm trying to think of like material flags. Like, can I skin this thing? Can I'm not gonna skin you, Alf. Don't worry. I didn't say that about you. There's your ball. I'm sorry. I didn't say I was gonna skin my Alf. Don't worry. It's okay. It's okay. I wouldn't skin my Alf. Now that doggy we met this morning that was off his just escaped from somewhere and started running after us, and I literally picked him up by his harness and carried him like a suitcase until we got away from the dog. um, that dog might have skinned you, but yeah. What other trade skills would be something you could acquire from a mob? I'm just trying to think of other games. If we get really fantastical, which we could, which is no reason not to, it's an alien planet. It could be anything on this planet, right? So, um, you could be able to get leather from it, so skinning it. You could be able to get, if it's some organic type mob, you might be able to get some plants off it. So if you got an herbalism skill or something like that, you could get that. If it's like Rocky from Hail Mary, you could get rocks off of it or ores off of it, right? What other gathering could there be? Those are probably the three main ones. So, hi. Oh, yes, my hand. Thanks, Alf. Thanks. Oh, my goodness. You're going to sneeze, aren't you? Or did you gag yourself? What'd you do? You gagged yourself. Please tell me you're keeping your green. Okay. You gag so easily. You gag yourself so much. You want me to throw your ball? Is that what you want? Want me to throw your ball? Going that way. Oh, Alf, it's just rain. Don't growl at the rain. Um, so we can make this like skinnable flag. Mineable. Is there any in there? Mineable? It's got spell checking. Neither of those are coming back. So mineable. Capable of being mined. All right. Without an E. Adjective form of mine. the hell? Oh, which way is it? Unmineable. Crypto. Earning crypto made simple. All right. Webster, tell me, what's the proper word spelling of this? Mineable ore space. Mineable deposit. Variance or mineable. Well, which one should we use? Tell me that. Riddle me that. Is it mineable or mineable? Okay, the E is an alternative spelling of mineable, and that's coming from WikiDiff. Okay, well, that's not a reliable source. You're not helping me. Cambridge. What do you say? Also mineable. I bet you the English way is an E, and everywhere else in the world is no E. I say English. The British way is an E, and everywhere else is no E. Oh my God, I'm so sick of ads that pop up that you just, they make it so it's impossible to close without clicking it. First recorded. We're going to go without an E. That feels right. The E looks funny to me. Here's what we'll do. Wow head. What does WoW use? Do they use mineable or mineable? That's forums, guides, mining guide, mineable. We'll go without an E. Let's see, is mineable on with an E on here though? No. Let's see if we search for that. No matches. All right, no E. Done. Sold. Wow, source of truth. What was the other one we talked about? Herbable? No, that's not what it is. Pickable? Gatherable? You left your ball on the floor, Alf. I am not getting up to get your ball. Don't look at me as if I need to get up to get your ball. You bring it to me. Oh, my green screen is garbage because I didn't turn on my other light. Hey, there we go. I'm not garbage anymore. It got dark in here from the storm and I went garbo. Hi. You bring me your ball? What? Skinnable, mineable, pickable? This feels like a chat GPT question rather than a Claude question. Let's see. I'll do this over here in case it does something weird. Skinnable. I have words for mining and skinning something. Mineable and skinnable. Well, there's two N's in skinnable. What is the equivalent for herbalism? I don't know what it would be. Herbable? No. That sounds dumb as crap. Harvestable. That's not a bad one. Yeah, I like harvestable. Yep, harvestable. What are you doing, Alf? You weird dog. Let's see how long he stays here for. Probably not long. At least I plugged the camera in tonight because I forgot to plug it in the last stream and it died halfway through. Finally got wireless working on again. Not the way it's supposed to work, but it works. I have to turn wireless off on the camera, turn the camera off, pull the battery out, put the battery back in, turn it back on, turn wireless on, turn the camera off, turn it back on, make sure it stays on, and reset the Wi-Fi, and then it'll work every time. And I have to use an Android 8 phone to get it to connect. I got once I've finalized. I think that's the final steps to get it to work every time. Once I finalize that, I will try it on my more modern phone and see if it works. But it is that last firmware update just totally jacked up its Wi-Fi. Okay, so then these will determine if you have the skill, can something come out of it, right? This will determine the type of loot, the loot table for it that it could have on it. Because humanoids would have different stuff than these three. Although we probably need to really have this more mob, creature, small, medium, and large, and then bosses and rares can drop anything. We're just going to make that a rule. I'm not going to go that crazy with it. And then a humanoid version, because there is a difference between humanoids and creatures. For sure. And critters are just special. They probably don't get much. You get some rice. Because he had it in his gullet. um, okay. I couldn't tell if he was chewing on a toy or the freaking bed. There's a toy there. Oh, you're going to come up here and chew? All right, come on up. You just can't sit in front of the camera for more than 3 minutes. Dog. Okay, so we've got our stat block, our relation table that is terrain type true false. And I think we're gonna have to put the weights in there too. It just doesn't make sense. We'll just do weights. Because if the weight is 0, it can't spawn it. That just doesn't be true false. What else would be useful in that table for terrain type in relationship to the mob? Anything? Hmm. Maybe there is a speed factor. It may only apply to aggressive mobs, but maybe there's a speed factor. Like if you have an aggressive mob in a snow terrain, it's just slower than in grass, right? So maybe there's a speed factor. So terrain type, weight, speed factor, maybe other terrain specific things, question mark. I'm Ron Burgundy. So then that gets rid of this. So what we don't have yet is we don't have things like damage types. We have the aggressive. We'll leave that note there because that's just describing what that is. Hi. Hi. You're so cuddly tonight. Give me this butt. Give me this little butt. There we go. Yeah, you wanted to cuddle, so we're going to cuddle. You hear me? I'm forcing you to do what you wanted to do. Now you're licking my hand. Anybody need a bath? I can send Alf over to you. He'll give you a bath. He loves to lick, don't you? Don't you, Mr. Boy? Yeah. Yeah, you're pushing harder against your dad now. Crazy. Mwah. You stuck now? Did you get yourself stuck? You got yourself stuck, didn't you? You can't figure out how to pull yourself forward. What are you doing, dog? This dog. He's literally holding on to my arm. I think you can see part of that on the screen with both of his front paws and licking my hand. Yeah, an eye booger. You want to show everybody what you do with your eye boogers? Come here, I didn't get it. You want to eat it? Yeah, you love your eye boogers because you're weird. He loves the salty eye boogers. Can I have my arm back? Now he's going down to my wrist. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I do like two hands to type with, Alf. It's much faster. Very, very much faster. Okay, did you gag yourself again? Yeah. You good? You okay? Okay. You weird dog. So yeah, we still need to get damage types. I mean, I'm just trying to think of what I query off of that. Oh, you're such a sweet little boy. Yes, you are. Why can't you be this sweet and calm with everybody that comes into our life? Hmm? Can't you do this with my parents? I can't say the words I want to say because he knows the G word. He knows Granny. He knows that word. And he will get super excited and stare at the front door until that person walks through it, which is not happening. So I'm just trying to think. Now that we've got the train type weights, I don't know. The damage type really matters to be something that we query. So I could probably go in the JSON block as just something we read. He's breathing very hard. Well, no, he's not breathing hard. He might be asleep. I can't tell. Yeah, I don't think we need to put damage type outside anymore. I think we can stick that in there. We do need something to denote the damage type. And then we need like a list of possible items it could have on it. So like defensive items, offensive items, and then just, well, the rest of it doesn't matter. Just defensive and offensive items on it, because those then become part of the loot that it could drop. Some get destroyed during the attack, right? But that will also help determine its power. Hmm. I'm very much being slowed down by this cuddle time. Yeah. Did you wake up? Did you have a dream? Did you hear something? What happened? What? You're funny, Al. You want to put my arm back there? Oh, you were putting your head on there, weren't you? Okay. This is the most uncomfortable position, Alf. A, I'm uncomfortable. B, I don't know how you can sit like this. He's on his back, leans up and like up against me, and then he's like hunched over and leans sideways with his head. I don't even know how to describe this, but it's not comfortable for either one of us. It can't be. Are you done? All right, thank you. Oh my God, Alf. All right, so damage types. And then we need a. What the? Is this who I think it is? Oh, this has got to be from the Mario movie or something, huh? Yeah. What was I going to type here? Oh, so, equipment. That's what we can call it. Tab again. So, defensive items, item list, offensive item list. And those could be JSON. Because I'm not going to query that. because we already get past the Wii shop stuff. Yeah, we did. Okay. Duke, 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 duke. They have YouTube videos of that are like hours long of just that music. There's a Triforce on my screen for this song. Okay, so I think we figured this. Well, yeah, that's fine. I think there's anything else we really need. Oh, the level ranges. There's got to be some level ranges. That might need to be queryable. Because if we're looking for something specific, we're probably going to know. So, like, level min max. Or is there? Because we don't do levels in this. Why would I have a level? We do skills. And you have an age, but your level doesn't matter. So that doesn't really matter. Nope. No, I missed a little thingy. A thing affinity field. So flags affected by, or I gotta come up with a better word for this. Lemon influenced? Influenced. There we go. What did we do on the land blocks for that? I forget. For the sub land blocks. Affected by lemon. I like lemon influenced better. I don't want an X. I wanted a C. Okay. And then, yeah, we don't know what that means yet, but we need to know if it is, because that would probably affect something. Like maybe when we look up loot, you get some different types. Yep. That's what it says. Great fairy fountains. I don't know the games well enough to know that that's from the fairy fountains, but you clearly do. Yeah, this has been all over the place, this playlist. What is this called? This is called, I don't even see the name. I see the list, but I don't see the name. It's something, some playlist. Oh, I know you are. So I knew you. You saying that was like didn't shock me at all. Like I knew you knew exactly what that was, and I wouldn't have to describe anything. Ah, this one I know. Not a specific game at all. Just a generation. Okay, so I think so. Mobs, may behave differently in phase 5. Different loot may be available or enhanced loot. May have clues for investigations. Yes. Yeah, the guy I was talking about last time, that's making the Phantasy Star successor, spiritual successor. He made a bunch of money from Microsoft because they brought him over to Mixer when Mixer was a thing. Um, and then he got even more when they closed down and they moved to Facebook, and then he moved back to Twitch. Um, but he's got a really nice. He basically converted a garage into this really nice property in Florida. That is his streaming room, but he's got arcade boxes in there where he's got the normal arcade. It's got a bunch of different arcade games that you can play with arcade controllers and whatnot. Then he's got all the things like you're doing with all of the hacked different consoles that you can play all the different games on there. And a lot of his alerts are, one of them is the GameCube little spinny thing and that noise. That thingy, yeah. He's clearly a retro gamer. I think he's a little younger than us. I think he's in his either late 30s or he may have just turned 40. But he's not too much younger than us, but he's a little younger. So yeah, he's all. I've that noise for the GameCube. I heard. I've never owned a GameCube, but I know the noise from that. Okay. Okay, so I think we got a good starting point for mobs. Cool. So, items. This is going to be an interesting one. Because this is where it gets, this is my bread and butter of games, and this is where it gets complicated. Let's see. I'm probably going to need to find another playlist because this one looks like it's almost over. It was a short one. Thought it was longer. We're not that far into it. We still got about 30-ish% left. Items. This is where we are going to come over here. And the item generation. I started making this a long time ago. I can still remember when I didn't finish item generation. I got so far and I stopped. Um, I got some ideas into it, but I never really finished building out all of this stuff. And it's not too terribly much missing, but so the idea with and this I don't even know what this program does, to be honest. There's not anything in the code behind for this form, I don't think. That's not even showing me the there it goes. No. No, don't want to show me it. View code, please. Oh, I write to the console. I didn't know that. Okay. Maybe it does do something. Hang on. Console output. No. Maybe it's in the command window. Would have thought it would have been in here. Huh. Because there's nothing on here. So what is this? If initialize a component, if props is not equal to null, which it shouldn't be, then make a new item. And if it's not null, write it to the console. Yeah, there's an item. I don't know what it was writing. Do I not know where the console is? I mean, usually it's an output. Am I dumb? Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. It's probably not under that, is it? That would be under build. I thought we had a debug. Unless it just doesn't have a new two string capability, which it probably really doesn't, because it's my custom thing and it's just not showing anything. Do that, and we'll see if we see a test in there. No. Do they move it to somewhere else in 26? I mean, I would think it's output. That's what's showing. Well, wait, it's actually above this stuff where it happened, isn't it? Is it still, yeah, clear all. All right, hang on. Let's put a breakpoint. Let's stop this. Blah, 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 blah. Bob Dole. Let's put a breakpoint there. What happened to the console? I mean, you would think maybe because maybe that's coming back null. Well, if we see Bob Dole somewhere, we'll know we're in the right place. Because he be dead. He no longer has erectile dysfunction. Bob Dole, not in there. Where's it putting it then? It's all the variables. Usually it's there. It's not going to be in call stack. Breakpoints, execution, intermediate. Nothing in any of these. That's just the build. That shouldn't be anything in there. Hot reload? No. Where's this write to then now? Represent standard input of an error transfer. Unless it's just like, I mean, I got to do. The right line in there? Yeah, okay. Well, that'll go to debug. Oops. Used to be, I must have to run it from a command line to see it, but that's weird. Unless, terminal? If I ran it from here, I'd probably see it, but that'd be really weird. Okay. Hey, well, it does spit it out. It does mean nothing about it. Anyway, so it does generate something. So, like it gave it a item quality. It gave it item type, a weapon type, because it was a weapon, a damage type. That was its properties, and then the stats, because it was a weapon, it gave it a level. Oh. And it gave it a weapon stat, so a melee defense modifier. So it adds between 4.41% and 9% to your melee defense. Give it a tier. Where that's what the parameters for it. So yeah, so I mean, it builds stuff. I just never finished it all. Like I never did all of the enchantments and things. So what the idea eventually was going to be is like I build the different stats and the properties, but I never got into doing. I started clearly. I was getting ready to do the enchantments, and then I stopped. So, but this is going to get me started at least for what I think needs to go in the database, because I can look at my. First, go to the item type base, and that gets me some stuff that I need. And then of the item types, did I define all? I did not define all of these yet. That sucks. That's the base, clothing, component, food, jewelry, materials. I clearly started with weapon. That's the first thing I did. Trying to think. I don't know that it. Yeah, it's not. I didn't add any extra properties to this class that inherited this or implemented that. So where'd it go? There we go. That should be everything. Because I tried to genericize parameters and statistics and properties so that I wouldn't have these classes with a bajillion different very specific properties on them or yeah, properties on them and things to handle. It was more okay, well, those are going to be some rules around them, but so like it does a randomizes this worthless to figure out the item quality, but that's just a property. It's not like there's not a quality property on this object. It's just it is a property of the thing. And I can easily do link statements to get stuff out of these lists to show, so it's not a big deal that they're generic. So yeah. So I think we might have everything we need. I didn't implement it all here, but I have the bits. because I can go look at these statistics and then it tells me what I'm got to implement for those. And I spent some time figuring out all the math on this crap, clearly. That somewhat works, I think. That's just properties. That's just characteristics. Yeah, characteristics are more of like, what does it look like? And what does that do to the icon for it, basically? Because I was still in the 2D state, so I wasn't going to have 3D models of the stuff. It was like, okay, well, it could change the border color, the background color. It could put emblems in the four corners of it to symbolize something. So, and then those characteristics had priorities. So if you had two that had a bottom emblem defined, whichever one had the higher priority would show. So, and then enchantments were similar things, which I went way into this one. I actually have all the objects defined. I just didn't implement creating all of it. Yeah, because the enchantment could add properties to the item as well. Well, the enchantment's icon, I think, was that intention of that one. I don't remember. But we just need to define the schema from all of this. So, and I think I built databases out. Yeah, this was like totally 100% ripped from Ashran's Call, but I took every single enchantment you could have in Ashran's Call and just put it in here. Just this is all by hand. I spelled leadership wrong. It's leaderhip. Obviously, we're not going to rip it off like that because that's not cool. But instead of having a database, I just built up a class that had them all defined in there. The same with properties, like the different weapon types and different magic types, crafting, character skills, clothing, all that stuff. Totally ripped from Ashran's Call, but it was proof of concepts. It doesn't matter. And to be fair, they exposed all this stuff to us. So if I go open up something different, it's 26 loads so fast. Holy balls. This was this is again code that I do not think highly of. It was like probably the first time I ever used C#. But a plugin I wrote for Ashran's Call back in the day, based off of all of the events like and data that you could see just on the plain network traffic you could intercept on the client. All of the different salvage types for all the hex values for those and masteries and skills, all that stuff was defined. And this is where I ripped them out. I took this. There's a reason why this enum CS is open when I opened the solution, because I ripped them straight out of here and just stuck them in my proof of concept. So, but this was fun. Is this? Yeah, I don't think there's a preview of this, unfortunately, because it's just an XML. Yeah. This defined the add-on. It was a pretty cool add-on, I thought. It took a bunch of the add-ons that I liked and put them together into one. So it was able to detect loot on corpses and tell me if it was good or not and alert me if it was something good and auto pick it up if it was good. It was really cool. But those were the days. But anyway, I don't need to specify the values here. I just need to specify the schema. So we will start here. And item definite entities are going to lead into more entities, I think, for sure. That sounds like Animal Crossing. I did play Animal Crossing back in the day a good bit when there was somebody else playing it too, but that ended and I haven't used a Switch since. um, it's in my drawer collecting dust still. It's not collecting dust, but it's just in my drawer. Okay, so items, weight, size. What was I doing with size? Was I trying to think I was going to do an inventory like ARPGs for this? Do I want to do an inventory like ARPGs for this? Or do I just want it to be a slot? So where I'm going with that is, do I do it like, so Ashran's Call inventory. Let's start with that one. So images for Ashran's Call inventory. Oh, nope, back. That's what I wanted to do. So this was the, not so much about the equipment. I mean, it's going to be similar-ish, right? But this is the block per item. Don't care how big it is. It could be at a ginormous boulder. I don't care. It fits in one square. Or do I overcomplicate it? I'm leaning no, but just to show the example, Path of Exile inventory. Yeah, that doesn't want to work. So in this case, the different things are different sizes. I don't know that I care to make people play Jenga. Not Jenga, but Tetris or whatever you want. I mean, I guess it's kind of a combination of them, but play Tetris and have to have sort buttons to make things and figure out how to fit things. I could have sort buttons that will sort alphabetically or by category. That's easy. But sort with size taken into account, that feels silly. I mean, I could sort by weight, but weight would be the only factor that mattered. I feel like this is just overly complicated for what I need. Yeah, I don't think we do that right. I think we go with single blocks and have a weight, because like this Ashes Call out a burden. That's fine. We can have burden. Just so you can't carry around your entire life everywhere you go, because that feels wrong as well. So I think a burden is a good way to go and not worry about size of the item in your inventory itself. So, man, the things that we played back in the day with the graphics, but they were amazing back then. So, uh, some of these tabs close out. Got too many tabs. I don't like tabs. There's people I work with that have like 100 tabs open and they never reboot their computer. I don't know how to do it. It would drive me crazy. It does drive me crazy. Okay, so we're not going to do size. Oops, this guy. Value, name, description, tier. What was I doing with tier? Grandma's a tier up to one tier lower. What was that driving? Oh, it was driving my variances on statistics. So when I generate statistics for things, yep, double dash. Even if I played these games a lot, I wouldn't even be able to go to the detail you're going, just because I suck at songs in general. I couldn't tell you names of songs or artists just by hearing it. Not all of them, but there's a lot that I just wouldn't recognize. I wouldn't be able to name. I say, yeah, that's from a Mario Kart game. Like I knew that much, but beyond that, wouldn't know. I'd be curious if you get this one. I don't know if you played this game or not. I forget if you said you played these. Hmm. Boy is visible. I had to give you some sort of challenge. If I just played the straight up music, you would be on top of it every time, I'm sure. uh, I've never played these games, so I wouldn't have recognized it either. It's Splatoon 2 Into the Light. I never played the Splatoons. Okay, so that's what we use tier for. I think that's still valid. But what that tells me is on our okay. So if we have tiered loot, which I think is important, maybe there on both subland block, on terrain types, and on mobs, there is a tier range for loot. Or is there a weighted tiered range? So I want to make sure it's not the. I think it's probably weighted. I never had a Wii U. I've had a Wii. I think a Wii was the last. Well, I had a Switch, but I think yeah, it was Wii, and then I went to a Switch. I didn't have anything else. I had the original NES. From a Nintendo's perspective, I had an NES, a Wii, and a Switch. Um, my brother got our Atari from when we were kids, so he's got that. And then I had an Xbox. I've had all the Xboxes because that's what my friends had. It wasn't because I cared about Xbox or versus PlayStation. It was just that's what my friends had. So, oh wow, yep, it is Super Smash Brothers. Yep, Ultimate. But yeah, I think I want to do. I want tiers, but the way I implemented them here is not the way I want to do it. Well, I mean, I think the tiers for the loot is fine, but how you determine what tier you're in, I think, is important to be weighted so there's always a chance of something good and there's always a chance of something bad. And it probably leans more the lower end. But as you get to harder things, you have more of a chance. But I don't want to take away that there's a chance you get something incredible anywhere feeling. I don't want that to go away. So it might be shifted a little bit. Maybe when you get to higher like bosses and rares, it's shifted up, or maybe bigger mobs. Maybe not even bigger mobs. That doesn't. Why does that matter? Um, I just don't want anything to be useless at any point in time. Like you could go kill a rabbit and find something amazing potentially still. Hmm. So I think we need to have weighted. How far do we go? How far do we go with this? Do we put tiers just on the mobs, and then where they spawn determines the tiers of the loot? But the thing is, I'm going to have tiers of loot that spawn just open world without a mob involved, like for treasure hunting and chests and in caves and things. So I kind of want to have tiers on the landscape too. Maybe the landscape tiers only apply to open world loot, and then the mob tiers apply to mob loot, and they can be different. That's probably fair. And maybe the tiers. Hmm. Were there words in this song? There were words to it. Okay. I don't know why I don't remember words. Oh, okay, okay. Very PSO loot drop system. Let me let me ask Claude about that one because I think I've very briefly played PSO New Genesis, and that is I've heard many times that is not something to care for. So, um, can you describe at a high level the PSO loot system, not New Genesis? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and that's how Ashram's Call was too. Like there were some things that were clearly like you're not gonna probably have a good chance at getting something good. Like in Ashram's Call and right around the towns there were rabbits or cows or snakes or something like that. You don't expect big things from those, right? But once you got outside of any civilization, there was Ashram's Call had a little bit more like areas that were higher level loot and areas that were lower level loot. So it kind of did push players in that position. I'm trying to avoid that though. I want to spread that out so that it's anywhere. Because it's a big ass world, and I want any part of it to be useful. I think there is a little bit of a trail off once you get close to a town, right? Because things just aren't are more the lore can be that it's all been discovered. Like all the really high level stuff has been discovered. Once you get out of that little influence of the town, it could be anything. Yeah, so like as you have in this, I could see something where like as you have a higher skill in uh melee combat, for example, maybe that kind of drives your tier up a little bit for you personally, right? But that still applies anywhere, right? It just improves your chances because you're good at it, not because you went to a certain place. Um, so yeah, I'm just trying, like we talked about it. I'm trying not to make any part of the world obsolete just because you've been around longer, you have a higher skill, or um, there's a I mean, I think certain terrain types and certain mobs will have a little bit better stuff, but they could be found anywhere. Is the idea? Like you could go to any of that place where that could exist, and it's there. It's not like you have to go to this little corner of the world to get it. There's not a corner anyway because it goes forever, but you don't have to go to this spot. Um, I want it all to be meaningful. So V1, V2, BB. The hell's BB? So enemy base drops, not chest container base. Each enemy has a fixed drop table per section ID. There's a color coded identity that affects what that enemy drops for you specifically. This is the core mechanic that drew up PSO's replayability. The same enemy drops different items depending on your section ID. I think you just mentioned that. You should just have like a stream where you just, or I can do it for. I'll play. We just do this. Play every single different song out there and have you guess because you've gotten every single one of them right. Like yeah, Super Mario Galaxy, Luna / Rosalina's storybook. So, or as I say, Luma. I can't see it's tiny on that screen. But yeah, you also have a color system from memory. I was a purple num. Purple num. This determines the sort of special drops. No, not a wasted life. Somebody was, well, I was talking to that guy earlier today about AI stuff. I mentioned I was making a game. He's like, I should, I should do that with my kids. Like, make a game with them that takes me back to my JRPG times that I like. That he stopped playing apparently with PS3, and it's like, or but make it modern. Like, I need to grow up. I was like, there's no reason to grow up. You can still play games as an adult. There's nothing wrong with that. I sent a video to my mom this afternoon of some of the photographers that photograph and video rocket launches and everything. They were showing some behind the scenes of the different cameras and equipment and tracking devices they use for it. And she messaged me back after she watched and said, I laughed when I heard the guy, one of the guys say that they use an Xbox controller to control their tracking device of their camera. It's like, yeah, games do very well at improving our hand-eye coordination. So there's benefit to it. And games make you think, not all games, but games make your brain stimulated and think. So it's nothing bad about them. And they don't make people go out and shoot other people. If they do, there's other mental illnesses involved. I never played any of these games, so I don't know if you know this one. I think I read that somewhere about Dobby. I know when I uh, got rid of my Xbox with the Kinect. I didn't get rid of it. I sold it, and then no, I didn't sell it. I gave it to my nephew. But he took when I even before I gave it to him, I stopped using the Connect long before then because I was like, nah, I'm done with this. But they actually, my brother was teaching at the time, and he took the Connect into the school he was teaching at, and they had a few of them that they used to do different motion tracking things and stuff in school. So it actually was a useful device for doing that kind of stuff. So it wasn't bad technology. It just wasn't meant for us gamers. That's cool. And I need to do one thing that, slowly tweaking this. Let's go to 18. That's better. Changing my font size on my StreamerBot chat. Um, I see. I was reading your comment about the loot system. Yeah, this started talking about color stuff in here too, about color coded identity. The last one was Pokemon. I've never played Pokemon games. It was Pokemon GSC National Park. This is another Splatoon too, so we wouldn't have gotten this one. So section ID determined at character creation from your name, class, comma. So that's interesting. Um, so so let me ask you this: was this advertised in game, or was this just something people figured out with it? Oh, okay. So our state. Are you talking about Pokemon had stages like this? I guess that makes sense. Because a reason I asked is there was the similar thing about with your name with Asheron's Call. Um, Back when it first came out, Asheron's Call Split P. That's still around. See if it still talks about it in here or not. Sort of. So okay, so it actually told you. So it was actually advertised. But in Asheron's Call, what was interesting was your name was used in some sort of number generation that determined how you learned spells. So there were different components. That had scarabs and herbs, uh, different powdered gems, and alchemy items, talismans, and tapers. And your tapers were everything else was the same for everyone except for your tapers. And your tapers they're basically candles. Um, the colors were determined by your name for what your spell was going to be. Um, the so but once people figured out that, they made a tool, it's called Split P, that all you had to do is type your character name in and it would tell you every single every single color taper you needed to learn your spells. Otherwise, what would happen is you would, and I did this for a very long time before that tool came out. There were mana pools that you could stand in, and you would just have tons of people standing there trying to cast spells with different colored tapers and seeing if they work and see if they fizzle or not. And then eventually they got the right colors and they'd learn the spell and then move on to the next spell and try to learn that one and change the different colors out. Um, it's a cool idea, but you have to make it in a way And I think I had something in our notes about in the game design about something I wanted to do along those lines, but it has to be something people can't crack. Otherwise, it's meaningless, right? And that's what happened with the tapers in Asheron's Call. Is it got to the point where it was meaningless, and they introduced prismatic tapers, which just did any color it needed to and worked, right? So they completely destroyed that system because people cracked it. So yeah, and if you had, and from what you said, is that your name and class, um, or at least maybe that's what this said, name class combo, and then that determined your color. So why multi-character setups or coordinated teams with different IDs was optimal farming strategy. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean this sounds similar to, or it harkens to what I liked in Asheron's Call about the drops and everything. Different how it determined, like this whole section ID is loot was not determined by your name or class or at all at Asheron's Call. You can get anything. Um, but this is an interesting way to kind of force, like you said, force trading to happen. And then obviously tables were data mined extensively, and yeah. Lots of bans happened. Yeah. Yep. That's how it goes. Um, no dynamic loot scaling, no player level adjusted drops, no auction house. Trading was entirely player driven through lobbies and trust based transactions. No bind on pickup. Everything was tradable, which made the economy play. I love that. And that's great. There was, I'm trying to think, in Action's Call, was there anything that was, there were a few things that weren't tradable, but they were just like, they were quest rewards or quest items, right? That you just couldn't give to other people. You couldn't even put them in your storage. It was like it had to stay on your character for that. But there wasn't, the majority of loot was tradable like that too. So, oh, so you happened to trade for something that was part of that process, and then yeah, no, I can see that happening for sure. Well, now this is forever in my Claude chat history, so I can go back and refer to it for. You better know what this song is, or else I'm no longer your friend. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to ban you. Yeah, saying here the base rare drop rate was 1 out of 512 for most rares. Some were 1 in 1,024. I love the the base 8-bit powers of 8 things in there. I like that. Probably simply because of a bit, like they moved a bit over and it made it that number. Everything in these days was very, very much optimized for slow bandwidth, small disk, small memory, small CPU power, and everything was like when I was doing I think I closed it already, but the plugin, I didn't know how to code back then. I was terrible at it. But everything was bit based. Like you would get a value from the game that was just looked like just a number, but you had to just interpret the bits of that number, and that told you a bajillion different things about that item just looking at what bits were set in what order. So it was just a way to make things not be intense on network. And there's going to be some of that in this. Like I'm going to have to figure some of that stuff out because I can't send all of that data across the network every time. There's going to have to be, it can't be verbose. It's got to be a little bit condensed. Oh, does it say it in here? Oh, yeah, there it is. An ultimate as purple gnome for disciples red. Is it reading my chat? It can't be because the chat's on my laptop, on my Surface. It's not on this computer. I'm guessing that this particular item was only for purple gnomes, right? And that was just a common thing people did. So it just happened to pick that one. Oh, okay. Yep. See, I mean, it's not AI is not terrible, but all this did was went out and it looked at my previous chats for context, but I didn't have any. But it's not horrible, but you can't trust it all. I'm sure there's something wrong about something said in here, right? But it gave me the good idea. All right, let's go see. So we're talking about so you were this the you said where's this stuff? Debian Saber and Shield. So do that. This guy? Oh God. Oh, let's see. I think Affinia is the server that King Cathalion plays on. So I'm guessing there's probably a loot table down here. Yeah, so there's his. Oh, there's all your colors that you were talking about. So which one of these is purple? This one. So you 1 in 455 chance on ultimate to get the left arm. You can get the left and right arm. um, I forget. He plays this on his PC, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how you get into it. I think it's open to anybody. What is BB? The largest PSO? Oh, Blueburst. You said that too, didn't you? No, you didn't. You said blue, but not Blueburst. I mean, it's very possible that Affinia changed a rule somewhere so that you could. I don't know. This is what Affinia PSO's server does. It's not necessarily what the official servers did. So, but this one says you could, according to that. At least you're not green trying to get that one. Holy shit. 1 in 22,405 chance of getting that. 1 in 40,330 chance of that one. Maybe it was not worth it. Like, it wasn't worth farming it because it was too low of a chance. If it was 1 in 142, sure. 1 in 455, nah. Who knows? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. Classes guide, terminal price guide. I don't know how you get into it. Affinia PSOBB. There, this guy. This is what I'm pretty sure he plays. Aims to replicate the official Sega experience while adding quality of life changes. Good lord. We've done a few little tweaks to it. Yeah, looks like anybody. And it's free. Yeah, they've got a download data thing here. Oh, that's their character data. Never mind. Oh, game download at the very top. The big button up there. Yeah, Finia PSOBB installer. 300. There you go. Not many in the EU, but it's kind of late there now. It is after 1 o'clock, right? So 241 in the US right now. Not hopping, but that's more than nothing. So interesting. It's interesting that they don't make games like this anymore, which is what I'm trying to do, right? Like, this sounds like an interesting drop system. Now, the only thing I don't like about it, and maybe you can correct me if I'm misinterpreting this, is there clearly were items that were best in slot. And there's always like, well, this is the best for what I want it to be, right? But I what I don't like is I look back at WoW in that everybody is striving for the exact same thing. Yeah, you can transmog your gear to look different, to a completely different set of gear, but the underlying gear piece is the exact same thing that thousands of other people have. And I don't like that. I want it to be, I want you to be able to strive for something. Like, there is probably not necessarily a meta, but some ideal state to get to, but not everybody has it, right? It's something to strive for, and your gear may look completely different than somebody else's gear, completely different type of gear on there that you've got those stats on. So you can never get away from there being, this is the best thing to do, but you can get away from it being identical for everybody, and that's what I want to avoid. I don't know how you know that. You you're obviously a Zelda fan. I know that, but I don't even if I was a Zelda fan, my brain would not retain songs like that. I don't have the capacity to. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Then you know that one very well. It may bring back bad memories too of hearing your phone ring. Okay. Well, that was a sidetrack. That was a good sidetrack, I think, because it kind of gave me some thoughts. Gave me time to. We got one schema done tonight. If we don't get any more, that's fine. But it's only 8:20. It's not that late. Alpha's passed out. He's not bothering me. Oops, I paused by accident. Interesting. I don't remember what all my old ringtones were. If it was this version of the song today, it would make me feel like I'm about to go on some massive quest in a game. Like, all right, we're going somewhere, damn it. We got an expedition to go on. Let's go. I would actually answer the phone for that, but yeah. My current ringtone, not because I listen to Dave Matthews all the time, is There's So Much to Say song, and it's just the so much to say part, just to remind me that I don't want to talk to the people. So anytime I hear so much to say, it's just I don't want to talk to them. I just know somebody's going to try to talk to me, and I don't want to talk to them. The only sound that comes out of my phone is that. I tell everybody at work, if you need to get a hold of me, you have to call because I won't hear otherwise. I don't like notifications. I only have it on because I have to be because of my position and everything with this company. I can't ignore it if something is dying, right? If it's an emergency. So I need to have some notification, but otherwise it's completely silent. And for the most part, I do ignore it. My parents and my family know that I'll get to your message eventually. Just if it's an emergency, call. But if you're just messaging about something, I'll get to it eventually when I pick up my phone the next time in the next 5 hours. It's fine. Yeah, and the older games just had limitations on what they could do. So you couldn't. Now, Ashram's Call came out at the end of '99. I think it was November of '99 is when it came out, and it was in beta back when betas actually meant beta, and you were invited and you had to show that you were testing it and giving them feedback and everything. But it wasn't early access, so I can play it now. Um, but it came out in '99 and it had all that stuff, but it was on PC only, so it wasn't like I said, it wasn't on Dreamcast with very limited power. PC was limited power still, but you had more, right? Um, yeah. Let's see. What was is this Kirby? Let's see. I closed that one. There we go. Kirby. Yes. Do you have any more detail about it? I feel like I'm slouching. Am I slouching? I'm still on. Still decent looking on the camera. I am slouching though. I slowly sink down and get in a more reclined position as the night progresses. That's just how it works. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So Kirby's Dreamland, it's green greens. This next one, yeah. Purple Dark, huh? Yeah. That's a new one. The Perfect Dark, yeah. Don't know how that sounds, those two soundtracks on top of each other. Okay, let's see. Let's try to do something here. We do eventually want to make this game. I mean, we are, but I do want to get past the boring schema bits because it is the boring part. When things start coming together and actually being something, that's when it gets fun. If you start seeing it. We're not going to have graphics for a long time, but at least it'll have functionality. I'm also distracted by a snoring dog that you guys can't hear because of noise gates. So my left ear has a snoring dog in it. Yep, I'm talking about you, boy. You're so funny when you try to roll over from that position, dog. Go back to sleep. You're fine. I'm going to eat my fig. No, I should say my fig Newton because I don't want Zaz to think I'm eating her cat. I knew this one without even looking at it. Okay. Oh, wow, this one didn't give me anything about items. Not even a little bit, but you done being on camera? You come sit with me? You stretching. Oh, big old leg stretchy, I see. You can sit down there. All right. Mm, This is Comet Observatory. We broke them. We broke them. We got one wrong. He was half right. We won't say it was wrong. He got half. He got half credit. Let's see. Nope, that's the bottom of the camera there. I'm not gonna get to see much of him because he's went that way. Oh well, I tried. Okay. Nope. Oh boy. This is most definitely not Galaxy. This is a weird remix. So might sound like Galaxy, but it ain't Galaxy. This is a Zelda game. We can blame the perfect dark music clashing with it. We'll do that. No. I'll give you the it's about to be over. In Twilight Princess. The last one was Midna's Lament in Twilight Princess. Ah, okay. Give you a pass. You haven't committed it to memory yet. It takes at least 200 hours in the game. Okay, so let's see. What do we have on this item generation for this stuff? Now, there is an item type. Oh, the item type is determined by these classes that, yeah. That's a property. Okay. It's Mario Kart. I'm going to say the word like it's not supposed to be pronounced just because I think it's funny. Sherbert Land. Sherbert. Adding an extra R in there that's not actually there. Mm. Eyelash decided just to go into my eye for no reason. Of course. Alpha just did. Hang on. It's about as good as it's going to get anyway. Why does it do that? I don't like you Windows when you do that. It's so annoying to me. Just it's true. You do the same thing over and over again, and they just change the music on you and the colors. Okay, so I did this as a property for weapon for item type. Wait, I do. Never played this game. I've seen people play the game. I've never played it though. It's a newer-ish one. Yeah, it was newer-ish. Yeah, probably the last few years. I forget when it came out. Do I want to do it that way? I guess the question is, do I want to keep building it this way, where things like weapon type is just a property? Crafting. Because it worked. It definitely worked. I was trying to think how I would translate this from database back into this easily. I also don't necessarily want to have just a big property table. So there's two arguments. There's one, if it's a big property table like this, the single storage mechanism, and it doesn't alter any contracts when it comes to a class if I add a new property. It's just the same definition. These, if these are the values, these values are set. If I go with an actual item type, then I have item types. I have that will have different I'll have item types, and then I'll have, which could encompass all these weapon types. But then I'll have something that the item could be, I can't tell it what skills are on it or required for it easily. Or if it's clothing type, I guess it would be an item type. What kind of binding it is. I actually have one called item type. That's confusing as crap. Why did I do that? Oh, there it is. Item type. It actually is item type, and then that's weapon, armor, clothing, resource, parchment, corpse, furnishing. And then that has subtypes of those. So then if I define a weapon, it's no longer just an item. It's an item that's basically what I did here is have a separate class that defines a weapon, which may be a thing. Maybe there's a high level item type like this, and then the rest of the properties are properties so that I can break it down into the proper class to define what it is in more detail, maybe. Maybe just these come out. Because these are more properties, the effects and colors and finishes and quality. And then armor type is a subtype on the armor class, and weapon type is a subtype on the weapon class. Hmm. Coverage is definitely properties. Damage type is properties. But it's a property of potentially an item or a spell. I think that's why I went this route was I could apply this property to anything. And it was just a property and it defined some colors. That's all item characteristic property. That was the only thing that was in there, right? And you could define the emblems for the icon. So basically just defined things about its icon. Hmm. I don't know. That's that. So characteristic of their properties. We had statistics, enchantments, which had properties on them. That was an item characteristic base, and all of these inherited or could define that. Name, description, icon. Just trying to think how to translate this into a database effectively. That's not impossible to manage. Like, I have the definition somewhere, but I can store them as JSON on the items. I'm not constantly fighting that thing. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I knew this was going to be the bugger other one to do. Because there's so much on it that I want to put. No, where is it? Item type base. Well, let's think here. We're really defining how we store the item entity itself, not how it's defined. And this is even saying generated stats JSON-B. So maybe this bit doesn't really matter yet. All of these details. I just need to define what I want to be able to search easily on an item by or query it by. So obviously owner reference is clear, but I think loot table tags is not here. I think it's used when we define what can be on a item, what item types are available on that. We're not defining every item individually. We're generating them on. I guess it couldn't hurt to leave what tag it was from on there. I don't know why. Would I show that to anybody? Would I use that for anything? Hmm. So item type for sure, because I need to know what to show. Yeah, probably. Yeah, because if I want to filter somebody's inventory, I want to be able to filter by item type for sure. I don't know I'm going to go into filtering by all the stats. Maybe some. I could have like primary and secondary stats or something that you can search by primary, but secondary you can't. It'd be kind of weird though. Hmm. So much just bouncing through my brain that I can't even organize it yet. We need to be able to query off of weight. We're not going to do size. Value, there's good reason to query off of that. Name and description. Tier, maybe. I don't know that item tier matters once it's generated. Tier just determines what it could generate with. Probably can't hurt to store it though. I did have item source here, so that's kind of loot tags. That would probably makes sense. Because we had defined under here. Well, that's just mob loot tags. There'll be other tags. Yeah, it's probably worth putting the tag on there for what it generated from. Durability, yes. That was definitely something that we did as one of our currency sinks. Did I have a rarity definition in here, or was it just tier? I think I might have had that in the properties. Yeah, item quality. I did that as quality. And it may just be defined as a property, as a characteristic property, but it's not in the big JSON. So quality. I don't know. I want to expose tiers to people because that's giving them too much information. Might just be in the stats. We kind of need to make this list of stats as we go. Do unowned items exist in the world? Or do they not exist until somebody finds it? I mean, I guess it has to exist, and if they don't pick it up, they don't own it. Yeah, I guess we kind of have to have that one. So owner, nullable. It doesn't say anything about container nullable. So if it's in something, and we do need to store. So do we store on the container what items are in said container and what positions, or do we do? Yeah, probably. Otherwise, every time you open a container, I got to search every single item that could possibly be in that container. And yeah, this could be a backwards reference. Like if you're searching, I have provided a feature that lets you search your items. I can search all that are owned by you and tell you where they're at, maybe. But I think that's probably valuable. What stuff would I be searching by or querying by before I get into all the rest of the stats? No, that doesn't really, not very accurate to be fair. Yes, that one is true. What does that mean? Item type categorization supports loot table tag filtering. That just feels like a sentence AI wrote that was like, yeah, sounds good. Yep, that would be it. The YouTube thing's actually got a video playing in the background of it. Yep. And double dash. I think I also see in the looks like he's got his whatever tool he uses for making this stuff playing in the background. Ah, okay. Looks like a good track. Yeah, but it looks fun, right? Like it bright, not just a boring oval. Yep, yep. Always are on Mario Kart tracks. I wouldn't have. I could have guessed the character, but I wouldn't have guessed what it's from. That makes you tell you the character is, but wouldn't have guessed what it's from. Waluigi Pinball. Anything else down here I need to clean up? I just item type categorization supports loot table tag filtering. I don't know what that sentence means. I'm just gonna take it out. I don't know what it means. I didn't write it. I don't know what it means. Hard cap and schema. Those must always be possible. Yep, Fairy Fountain again. No, you're fine. I'm I every time the new song comes on, I'd look over to see if you've already put the answer in. I'm all about squirrels when I'm quote working. I get distracted a lot. It's easy. I have the thing that helped me solve our problem yesterday was literally I went out and cut the grass yesterday and came back in and we had a route to go. So, I mean, so a lot of times distractions, if you're thinking too hard about something for too long, you don't get anywhere. Then you go away, do something else, and come back and you figure it out. So, no hard rarity cap and schema. What does section 4.5 of the GDD say? It must just be that anything can drop anything. Okay, that's fine. It'll just be what we put in here, limit influenced, but it doesn't. It might have an effect on something. Maybe if you have an influenced item, it generates with maybe different stats, but it'll have different effects on the world around you. Maybe. So this is part is true. Um, you have certain influenced items. They could affect or be affected by the world around you. What other stuff could it distinct or enhanced? We'll say that just to distinct, enhanced, and or additional. So that's really what the key of it is. I don't know how that second bullet will work, but it's just a thought if there's something we can do with that. So then it's really kind of building out what stats, but the stats are really just a list of characteristics. Oh, list of stats. I don't really necessarily define all of the stats because so stats specifically. Well, that's the generation of a stat. This one will have to be groupings of some sort. And I think I did that. Like I wouldn't call this class name weapon stats. I would probably just call this item type weapon, and then that's a possibility, and that's how you filter them. But same general idea. Requirements, protection types. Yeah, pulled so much stuff straight from that plugin. The hell graphic is this on this song? It has nothing to do with the name of the song that I can tell, but it's just got this Japanese guy in a black suit and tie, still frame. Well, it's actually it's slowly zooming in on him now that I see the bottom of it. But he's just standing there like this, staring at you in glasses. No idea what has anything to do with this song. Alf moved again. Where is he? Oh, I can't get that far down. Oh well. That's just his paw right now. Kind of see his head right there. Like sneak it up to the edge. Eh, not enough of them. The name I don't VGR is the person that made it, but it's just PK Fire. I don't know if that's Pokemon Fire or if that's something else. I'm not sure what else PK could stand for. Paracoopa? Yep, in Galaxy. One of the words is in one of John's boats. Boat names. Not Battle Rock. It's not. It's not according to the song title. That's all I got to go off of here. I don't know the songs that well to be able to disagree with it. I kind of feel like I'm going to go the route that I went already in this code. I want to put this here instead outside of the JSON. And then just do generated properties or character properties or characteristics. What do I call them? Properties. But we also have enchantments that have properties. So I got to have a list of enchantments or. According to this, it says it's the buoy base galaxy. What you say, buoy? Yeah, so this is what I did here. I feel like that might be the way to go. just to keep things generic and easily. There's a word for it. And I can't think of it because my brain's tired like yours. Extend it to other stuff on there if I need to without changing the data contracts. I would get them confused because I don't know them all, at all. Ooh, this is an older one. Yeah, exactly. Mario Circuit from the SNES. Was there a Mario Kart on the NES? Did it start with the SNES? I don't think there was on the NES. Wouldn't make sense because you couldn't play against anybody. I mean, you could play against one other person, but you really could only do the same on SNES too. But I don't think the graphics on the NES would have really. Well, maybe there was. There was a game that I had. Yeah. Um, there was a racing game I had on the NES though. I forget the name of it, but I had one. It wasn't good, but it was a racing game. Did you almost fall over, boy? Shaking. Are you drunk? Yeah, come sit with me. Yeah, hi. All right, I'll turn your cam off so you can be off screen. You happy now? So physics properties and chance. I probably need to kind of define some of these. Probably should just take them all out of here. So if I just do search for class name equal that will give me a nice easy list that I can then copy. Oh, it's not going to deduplicate it because the line number is balls. All right, well, we can fix that. We can fix that. I don't need to. It's not that many to copy paste out of here. But I want to be lazy about it. All right. H replace. That's not that. That's our. These tabs or spaces? Tabs. Tab. 0 through 9. Star. Tab. 0 through 9. Star. And is that actually the end of line? No, there's another tab. Yeah. Tab, end of line. Place it with that. Gone. And then do this. And remove duplicate lines. Done. Easy. Sort of gets me what I want. Not entirely. Oh my goodness. There we go. And just replace. Nothing. Slash T with nothing. Oh. And get rid of the two D colons. There's our list. So that is our list of, which ones was this? Properties. We got properties, statistics, and enhancements. I call them enchantments, but I want to call them enhancements. Yeah, this is Pokemon. I think this is gold and silver, I think it said it was. Where did it go? Well, the previous one was gold and silver. This one is something else. No-K Dark Mage. Yeah, it's Nokae, Nokae Dark Mage. I would have no idea. Oh, VGR stands for Video Game Remixes. That's his Instagram. The Toasty call out. What's that comment about? Talking to me, calling you out for putting tax on toast? Like you did tea? What am I looking for? This properties. I need this one. Oh. And then stats. Let me go back to those properties. Hang on a second. I need to actually read them all. Damage type, weapon type, magic type. Sure, why not? We'll have magic. The fantasy, sci-fi, whatever. Crafting type, character skill, clothing type, item binding. This goes back to being able to trade anything, and I don't want item binding. I don't want things to be bound to a person or an account or anything. That's coming out. Item type, item effect, finish color, quality, armor type, coverage. Yeah. Oh, I get. I thought you were referencing me talking about toast earlier. I didn't put Mortal Kombat in that comment. together. Okay, so we can stick with those. Let's get our stats out of here. That one. I can always tell I'm getting lower in my seat when I'm starting to look more up at the monitor than I am looked straight ahead. I am slinking down very, very slowly. I should play my stream at like at 10x speed, just watch my body slowly go down. uh, well, we have a lot of yeah, it's ergonomic position, yeah. I used to have a pillow behind my back, but it stopped being comfortable. And then Alf wasn't able to cuddle up against me as easily because I was further forward. He would just fall behind my back. I'd crush his head. That didn't seem very nice. I can do this, huh? Well, so weapon stats, requirements, protection types. Usage. There may be other ones that come along, but that gets me started at least. Boy is sitting next to me, leaning up against my leg, so I don't want to like adjust myself to be sitting up better. So, oh well. All that matters is you just can't see what's on my shirt as well anymore. I imagine. Let's see. We'll go to OBS. It's not that much cut off. You can still see it says service human on it. And a big paw print for, and it says do not pet at the bottom that you can't see. So you're not allowed to pet me. Alf will get mad. Properties, stats, and enhancements. Okay, so we have crafting weapon. This was a weird class. There's probably a skill, my guess, in here too. Magic. I think we just leave that as skill. Defense. Oh, let me do this line again. Current document. Find all. Crafting, weapon, magic, defense, character. Don't know. What does character mean? What would I put under that? Oh, like that's all skill, though. Nah. I think I broke it up because I did magic enhancement and then everything else, all the other skills were character. So it's just, yeah, let's get rid of that one. Skill covers it. Okay. We're going to need schema for these, though, for what these three carry. Um, we're going to have to do that. So then those are, so statistic as statistic type, min and max. What's the variant? Well, how did I figure my variance? So I had a low max, low variance, high variance. So it's so I just passed in, and that's right. I calculated the variance based off of the tier and rarity, I think. So I never actually saved the variance. You could calculate it based off of the results, but you didn't need to save it. Okay. That's easy enough. Stat type, and then min max. Oh, that's properties. Oops. Property type. Property type. I think priority only mattered for the um, icon priority. So we probably just need to say, because that's what the bulk of the rest of that is icon details. And it's really just that. Priority, border color, background color. This is getting way in the weeds, but I already had the stuff defined, so might as well stick it in here if I already know that's what I wanted to do. Okay. And then enhancements. Enhancement type rarity. Where is this defined over? Has a folder collapse or am I just blind? I'm just blind. It's right there. Tier of the enchantment. He's got a little more complicated. I don't remember what rarity was for. Always set to 1. Maybe I just didn't finish that stuff out. They're all enchantment ID 1 as well. So I clearly did not finish this stuff. This must have been where I stopped. Okay, so can we think? There's no comments in this go. Why I had rarity on there? It's more like a weight value than a rarity, maybe. Uh, hmm. There's properties on the enhancements. And the tier defined. The hell's bonus definition? Oh, that's right. Literally defined the value that the enhancement did. How do I put that in the database without being absolutely crappy? I mean, it is a generated item, so it's just going to be JSON. So this could still be used, this format. But I have to define the tiers. So if it's tier 1, I have to define what the definition is of for that particular tier. Yep, you got it. Good Egg Galaxy. You're gonna have dreams tonight about going to trivia night or something, and all it is playing remixes of Nintendo songs that you have to guess. Now, if that's a dream or a nightmare, I don't know. I am too. I'm horrible at trivia. My brother is the exact opposite, though. Like when we were in high school, or when he was in high school, I should say, because we only crossed over for 1 year. Um, he was on the Knowledge Bowl team and went on local TV and did the Knowledge Bowl competitions. And yeah, it's just he's the fountain of useless knowledge. I am the fountain of only knowledge that matters to me. How to define these? We actually have another entity, don't we? Well, no, it is the enhancement. So this will be okay. So okay, I'm overthinking this. Enhancement type. I guess rarity is weight. Rarity. Yeah. Rarity, weight. We'll have enhancement tiers. I've got to define these. Oh. Didn't like Matt having anything there. And then these are properties. Yeah. Sometimes I impress myself at what I wrote in the past. Like, how did I come up with defining all the stuff in this logic? And then other times I'm like, why in the crap did I write it that way? Okay, so that inside the tier is the tier number, the bonus definition. I'm going to take that, so I don't have to retype it. And what was that? Flatter percentage? Is that what I define it as? Yeah, flatter percentage. Nah, let's put it here. Name, suffix, prefix, and override. I know I did that one. Reading this, though, okay, so I do need these, though, because that's right, because it's inheriting the base, these enchantments is inheriting the base, which includes this stuff. And I forgot about this on all of these. So I need to put name, description. Well, that's the type. That's these that are here. Okay. So name, description, icon name? I guess that would be icon. Yeah, we'll say icon. I don't know. I'm going to go into the class. Well, no, I do need those. Item type. Exclusivity. Which items is it allowed on? I'm not gonna go to the ID exclude. I think I had. There was a reason I had that. I don't remember. Oh, because it can't be. What other character? What is it not allowed to appear with? Like I wouldn't be able to get. In this case, if I'm generating stats, I wouldn't be able to get two different damage. Well, I could technically have two different damage types. It's not as important here as it would be when we're doing enhancements. Like I wouldn't be able to get. let's just say we had an enhancement that was bonus armor level 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? Or bonus armor and then added armor. It's bad example, but two things that should never appear at the same time on an item. That's what the ID exclusivity was. So it was really item type exclusivity. With item type availability. I like that. Item type. I don't like either of those words. Item type. Item types allowed. Nah, I don't need the description anymore. And cannot appear with stats like that. And the other ones would be cannot appear with properties, cannot appear with enhancements. And I think that covers all of those. So then we add these 5 to all of these. Now I know why I call those classes. Now I'm starting to remember why I designed that code the way I did. Not appear with property. Not appear with enhancement. And then we got to do this. It's really more like details because this whole thing is the entity. Okay. I think that gets everything out of here. Where's this used? No references. I hadn't actually figured all this stuff out yet. But that's if it's a weapon, right? I think there's just going to be other stuff that's not here. Oh, it's weapon stat. That's what it is. We don't need to go to that detail. I mean, we do. We have to technically. Well, I mean, I have detail stat type. What was I going to use these for? There's no references to them. Did I decide against using these? But How many references are there to this? 2 in those 2. Crap. Where was I going to use these? It had to have been on. I think I was just building out the different extra bits that are on just weapons. Because it was going to put in. Here. Damage type. This is picking the damage type property. Maybe I didn't use those on purpose. Because I went a different route. Maybe I never cleaned them up. Because let's see here. That's a statistic for the damage, but I define. I was just getting ready to start wand and bob. Yeah, there's my bob. I put bob everywhere when I'm in the middle of working on something. I need a placeholder. Bob or Bob Dole. That's what I put. It's my mark. If you're ever looking at my code, you'll know something's not finished when you see Bob or Bob Dole. Damn it. So I was probably going to end up using that down here. There's so much more that's just, ugh. But do I really need it? Because don't I have a property that is damage type? Yeah. So I would just put the damage type on there as a property. Not use this. Damage method. What were these? Immediate and over time. No. I don't have that in there, but it's easy enough to add. And that's just a statistic. Duration could just be a statistic. Is additive percent. What would that have been used for? Oh, like if I had a base damage that was slashing damage and then you had 5% or 10% extra fire damage, right? That would be what that is. Or if it's damage over time, 10% damage over time or something like that. But to be fair, we define this as a JSON block, so we could just. That kind of goes back to why we did that, so we don't have to. If we as we tweak how things are, what properties and stuff we have on things, it doesn't have to be defined in the database. Gusty Guardian, Mario Galaxy. Where are we at in this list? Yep. We're almost to the last song of the playlist. Because, yeah, we could just define weapon stats, and here is JSON. We'll figure out the structure as we go, because this is JSON. The problem is I'm going to need this. Well, we'll just load it into memory. That's fine. We just read the. We're not going to query this. We're just going to load it and have it when we need to use the data. So this is a good song. There is one more though. You tired, Alf? Beyond 9 o'clock, isn't it? Yeah. You get tired when it goes past 9. We will probably call it after this song then too, because I think I am fading. But I think this is as done as it's gonna get at this point. So we'll call that finished. It's a lot of shit in there. I knew the items were gonna be the most complicated because that's the part that is the part that I want, that I know best. So what does that leave us with? We have character and skill schema left. World train export, character export schema. Ugh. I don't know how much we're going to have to do there. Oh, so basically, just can, so we got to create the frame. We got to create the schema first before we can even do that. Okay. Okay. Well, I think that's a good place to stop. End of the playlist when this song's over, and a good stopping point here. So we'll let this song finish, and then we will get out of here. Thanks for hanging out, guessing all the songs, getting way more than I would have ever gotten. And we'll be doing something tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be this or we'll do either maybe more Star Miner or whatever else is going on. If anybody says anything, if not, I'll do something. So cool. Well, thanks for hanging out, and we'll talk to you later. Have a good night. Have fun dreaming about Nintendo songs at trivia night. Cool. All right. Talk to you later. See you. I can't find my buttons. There we go. See you tomorrow. Good night.